Good morning. I'm very happy to see you here this morning. My name is Mihkel Raud, and I welcome you here on the conference on the topic of fair transition and Green Deal. A green transition is something that we talk about more and more often these days. We hear how it is inevitably necessary, how it's necessary for the economy. We worry more about our environment. So a change is much needed, but it's also obvious that anyone who has spent at least 15 minutes in a history lesson knows that if you try to force something on the economy, if you try to change the economy by force, it also creates many problems. So, in other words, the life of people would change remarkably. And this is something that we will talk about here today. So, how to organize the green transition in a way that everyone's needs would be taken into account. So our event takes place here in Fotografiska Museum, but it's also broadcasted online. And in Workshop we have also some equal opportunities to participate. So you can use your smart devices to log in to Workshop, workshop.com, enter event, or it's an English language platform. So you can log in, you have to enter the ID, and this is ROHE 2320-2023. I understand what the ROHE, R-O-H-E, means. It's green in Estonian, and the date. So that is the link, the code you need to enter Workshop. And then you can submit questions to all our speakers. You can also ask questions from the audience. We have the microphones, so if you want to ask a question, raise your hand and grab a mic so that everybody can hear you. And you can use all known and unknown languages, I presume, because we also have professional interpreters and sign language interpreters here. They will be going from Estonian into English and the other way around. And as for the sign language interpreters, we have also two professionals who can help those who otherwise wouldn't be able to take part to participate. Since we have several modes of interpretation available here today, I kindly ask you to speak clearly, not too fast. I will make the mistake of going too fast and being unclear, I'm sure. But anyway, I emphasize that. Please bear the interpreters in mind as well. We have also assistants here for the disabled people. It would be wonderful if they showed themselves at this point. Apparently everybody is ready and willing to assist people with disabilities, because no one really stood up to make a point that they are the ones, so this is wonderful. Now about the toilets, if you exit this room to the left past the ticket sales, and you can find the restrooms there. So I believe this is all from the organizational side. We have an exciting day ahead of us. Fascinating debates, dignified guests. So for the official opening words of this conference, I give the floor to Mr. Kristjan Veska, the Commissioner for Equal Opportunities. Thank you. Colleagues, Honorable President Kaljulaid, ambassadors, friends, I'm extremely happy to see you all here this morning. 3 years ago, when the European Green Deal was adopted, the concept of equal opportunities was not highlighted as much, or perhaps it was mentioned that the coal mines would be closed down and the men would lose their jobs. But it's an ambitious deal, and it's true that it's not only limited to the economy or the environment, it also has an impact on the behavioral patterns of people. European Union, as well as Estonia, have set an aim to reach climate neutrality in less than 27 years by now. Billions of euros will be invested on national and local level for that. We have to reorganize several branches of the economy. We have to reach a new consensus in the society. But how to do it in a way that we wouldn't create more inequality in our society? We want to achieve a society that is more just and equal. The laws say that when we plan either local or regional policies, we have to take into consideration the different circumstances for men and women, and that we have to promote equality. This is called gender integration or equality integration. These are the terms that you will be hearing throughout the day, I believe. From research, we know that people behave according to their gender, their age, their disability, if it exists, and other circumstances. And we will learn more about these things when we hear today about the results of the gender equality study that was recently published. This most recent study focused on the Green Deal and equality in Estonia. We wanted to find out what is taken into account when we talk about the Green Deal. Unfortunately, the picture we have based on the results is not the one we would like to see. But today is not for criticizing. Today we look into the future and try to find solutions. It's also true that we need resources, money, because when we protect biodiversity, clean air or aquatic environment, we can't only use words. The same is true for formulating objectives and putting together measures. We cannot just say on paper that equality and equal opportunities have to be borne in mind. We need more. We have to include advocacy organizations and civic society. Starting from the idea to the implementation, it's really needed. Including and involving these stakeholders might be time-consuming and resource-consuming, but the results would be worth it. The cost of the Green Deal is estimated at more than €1 trillion. Estonian figures are much smaller, of course, but it's even more important to keep an eye on the fact that every euro is spent well. Honourable guests, it's my honour to welcome you at today's conference. And as a Commissioner for Equal Opportunities, I think it's my job to also make sure that the equality dimension is taken into account in planning different measures and implementing the Green Deal. We have to make sure that everybody understands how the Green Deal influences their everyday life and how we all can contribute. I hope that today's conference inspires you and gives you food for thought about how to implement equality in the Green Deal and in the green transition. My office will also put together recommendations for the Ministry of Climate. I also want to thank the Embassy of Sweden who supported today's conference. So thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Christian. And now I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, who will talk about the requirements and possibilities for equal opportunities in the green transition, Helen Bean from Civita Estonia. Good morning. As mentioned, I will talk about this study that we carried out in a bit more detail, and today I'll focus on mainly the recommendations based on this study, which the Commissioner mentioned, the recommendations for the Ministry of Climate. Of course, the study itself is quite extensive, and you can read it online. I want to start by explaining the baseline. As the Commissioner mentioned, the baseline was the fact that measures taken for alleviating climate change is not socially neutral. So any measures that are taken affect people differently based on their age, their gender, their level of income, and so on and so forth. That was the baseline of this study. And that is a fact that has been confirmed through several studies across the years. It is important that we don't take the green transition and equal opportunities as two separate topics. But instead, when carrying out the green transition and promoting gender equality, we take them into account in equal amounts. Our long-term goal is to reach a situation where in Estonia, whenever green transition measures are taken, equal opportunities are also considered, meaning that any measures are assessed in the way in which they would affect people in different parts of the society and in different parts of the country. The planners of the green reform must also be supported in integrating equal opportunities in the green transition in terms of what to do and what not to do. In our analysis, we focused on three main areas: fair transition, transport and mobility, and circular economy and waste. But we also looked at the green transition as a whole. We cannot make reasonable recommendations yet in these three sectors separately, but I will get to more accurate recommendations shortly. Our goal was to understand what has been done in Estonia and in what way, what kind of support is needed by those implementing the green transition in terms of including topics of gender equality, what actions and changes are needed. And we used different methods of research, such as literature analysis, document analysis, expert interviews with 19 experts. We had an expert panel as well as a validation seminar with the participation of experts, where we discussed formerly mentioned recommendations and finalized them. Briefly about the most important outcomes. You can read more about it in the published report. Overall, we can say that in Estonia, the integration of equal opportunities in the green reform is not systematic enough, and this is not because people don't want to do it, but that we still do not have enough experience in how to do this. We don't have clear examples and goals of equal opportunities in the context of the green transition. And there is no clear distribution of roles of who should be responsible for what. We have one ministry that's responsible for equal opportunities. Today, this is the Ministry of Economy and Communication. Secondly, the Ministry of Climate, responsible for the green transition. And these two very separate areas must be brought closer together. There is also a lack of clear principles of how to integrate equal opportunities in the green transition. It would be useful if the roles were better distributed and clarified. We also need more clear examples of how to implement equal opportunities in the context of the green reform. We also need more individual counseling. For instance, if I am planning any measure related to the green transition, I might have questions about how to take into account equal opportunities. So in such situations, we need very specific counseling. As mentioned, we also contacted a number of experts, and we gave them quite a difficult task. We asked them to evaluate how everything that's been planned for the fair transition in Estonia, such as activities, resources, initiatives, whether they support reaching equal opportunities goals. And the result is that they do not support these goals enough. There is a lot of potential, but it has not been used in the best way. The activities related to equal opportunities are mostly related to the development of communities and gender equality, but there is not enough consideration of equality of the elderly and the well-being of the elderly, as well as the equal treatment of minority groups. So in the context of the fair transition, there is a lot more potential, and if we paid more attention to it and discuss these topics together, we could reach better results for promoting equal opportunities. We also discussed 7 good practices which bring together equal opportunities and the green transition. We will hear more about gender integration in Vienna, but we cannot go into any of these in detail today. But now about recommendations. We put together 11 recommendations in 4 broad sectors. These are strategic approach, empowering of stakeholders, science-based decision-making based on the needs of the target group, and finally the engagement of population and raising awareness among the population. We cannot just take all these recommendations, read them through and start implementing them. Some of these require changes of regulations, discussions and further analysis. So let me mention a few of these recommendations in more detail. In strategic approach, we have 3 recommendations. Firstly, the one I mentioned, that at the state level, goals of implementing equal opportunities should be set in the context of the green transition. We need to set the goals, set ways of measuring them, and also decide who is coordinating these processes and who is responsible for implementing equal opportunities in the context of the green transition. In order to support stakeholders, it is important to hold trainings, prepare training materials. In this way, all stakeholders can understand what is egalitarian integration. It's also important to bring examples of good practices and provide specific counseling. Currently in the Ministry of Economics and Economics, we have specialists working on developing this cooperation between the two sectors, and that is a mandate that we could try to expand. And the final recommendation in strategic approach might be more surprising. It is about regulations related to pollution and the quality of living environment. These regulations should be stricter. Monitoring should also be better, because we may have regulations, but if nothing happens as a result of infringement, these are not efficient. Both the reaching of green transition goals and equal opportunities goals should be taken into account and measured equally. And finally, if there is any damage to the environment, then part of funds for compensating this damage should also be dedicated to improving the well-being of minority groups, such as building lanes for wheelchairs. The empowerment of local governments. There should be awareness raising among local governments, training of the staff in local governments, as well as training materials about what the green transition is and what equal opportunities are. Representation organizations should be thoroughly engaged in policy making and in initiatives related to the green reform. And they should be trained in the context of overlaps between the green transition and equal opportunities. They should also have access to counseling if needed and be engaged in all parts of policy making. Research-based implementation of data for integrating equality in the green transition. In this context, we need to promote evidence-based information and decide which are the groups that may need further support, whether it is women, people with a disability, or people living in certain regions. We need to collect more data, analyze the data, and also take it into account in taking our measures. The implementation of inclusive policy making. In this respect, we need to engage the target groups, including vulnerable groups who are affected directly by decisions and policies. They need to be engaged in policy making. And when planning the infrastructure, again, target groups need to be engaged, data needs to be collected, and any decisions need to be made based on this data. And the third element of evidence-based decision-making is related to the fair transition topic, first and foremost. If we make decisions about how to support these people who have lost their jobs in the oil shale sector, then we need to promote their training. We need to analyze the profile of these individuals, of their education, and consider how to engage them in a way that supports equal opportunities. There is a lot of gender-based segregation in Estonia, which is a concern. And this also includes the promotion of language learning of people with whose first language is not Estonian. And we also need to increase the technological competency of our population. The next recommendation is the increase of awareness among the population regarding the impact of climate change. We do not talk enough about how to about how measures that are taken against climate change affect people in different parts of the country, people whose socioeconomic background is different. And there should be more awareness raised about this in the community. Therefore, we need public discussions to be initiated, and when the impacts of the green transition are analyzed, there should be attention on spreading and distributing the information that is found. The last two recommendations are about engaging the population further. First of all, promoting sustainable behavior and sustainable consumption in communities. This includes car-free zones as well as community gardens. These are initiatives that can promote both equal opportunities and the green transition. And it looks like I skipped one of the recommendations, says the speaker. No, I did not. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, can these be asked now or later? Yes, why not now? We don't have any in the workshop environment. It looks like your speech was very comprehensive, but maybe someone in the room would like to ask a question about this study. Yes, we have a question there.
I'm an enthusiast indeed. So where can I read this study, and who participated and how? You can find it on the website of the Commissioner for the Equal Opportunities. I can't really give you the link now by heart. But who was the target group? Most of the information came from experts. And the experts were from various ministries from Estonia, researchers from Estonian universities, from the environment organizations, and also local governments. So they were the experts. But we also had the literature review and the documents review. So previous research was looked into. Thank you so much. Any other questions? If not, thank you for this very thorough presentation. And until the stage is rearranged so that it would accommodate more speakers, let me once again remind you that our conference is also broadcasted online. So I'm not telling it to those who are sitting in the audience or who are already watching us online, but to those who can join in. So the point was that from both online and the audience, you can ask questions. If you are sitting in the audience, it's quite simple. You just have to ask for a microphone. But those of you who are watching us online, you can log in to the workshop.com platform. So type it in, and then you have to enter a passcode or the ID for the event, which is HE 24 2023, 2410 2023. And then you can submit your questions through WhatsApp. But it looks like our stage has been prepared, and I am more than pleased to invite to the stage President Kersti Kaljulaid. Next is Kristen Michal, the Minister of Climate. Welcome. And we also have Josep Vim from Tallinn City, the deputy mayors. And last but not least is Hanna-Stina Tornius from the Estonian UN representation. So have a seat, and friends, by way of introduction, perhaps, in this large-scale debate on Green Deal, it sometimes feels like we have forgotten the people. Well, I had the sense that it's not people in general, but it's people with disabilities and women who seem to be left behind. And usually the society gets punished sooner or later if they ignore such large groups of people. For example, if you remember the Yellow Vest movement in France, when the government decided to increase the fuel excise duty, but this punished people who commute, and people who cannot afford living near the jobs. And Estonia is making a similar mistake, because we are about to introduce a tax, the car tax, which hits families with 4 children, for example. Such small details discredit this entire issue. But as I was listening to the presentation, I understood that Estonia is not an economy in transition, but we are society in transition in social terms. Only a few months back, we had a debate about the fact how the European Union wants to have quotas in place for the listed companies or public companies, so that their boards would have women in them. 7 years ago, when I was a small president, I was a beginner president, then we had the Entrepreneurs of the Year gala. And there was a dance act, so men in suits standing, and then women in swimsuits crawling around them. And for some reason, I remembered that image because I raised a protest back then. But the response that I got showed me that we are a society in transition still in social terms. We don't think about all the groups. We don't look at whether they are engaged equally. And we are not there yet. So we are in transition, and we still don't understand that an equal society means that all these groups are treated equally, and that we also have regard to those groups who might be weak, and the same applies to the green transition. Krister, punishing various groups, it's not anything you don't know, because Kersti already referred to the car tax. Why do you punish them? No. It was just constructive criticism. I was just afraid that you discredit the good idea by doing that. Well, yes, we are the enthusiasts of punishing people. Now, if we go back in time, having polluters taxed, to make them pay for it. This idea has been with us since the beginning of the Estonian Republic. I think there's no surprise there. But now about the car tax. It has been criticized. I have criticized it as well. The idea, the concept has improved, and it will be further improved during the debates in the parliament. But like in the Green Deal, whether we call it green transition, green reform, we have various objectives. And this is what President Kaljulaid also referred to. If we mix up various objectives, then we lose sight of what we really want to do, and we attach various things to the concept. Now, coming to the green transition, I think there are many nuances. I believe the study was very good, and we will look into this, and it perhaps needs further research, anthropological research, and perhaps take the temperature of the society in general. But when we talk about changes and major changes, especially when it comes to technology, let's say heating systems or housing stock renovations or reforming the modes of transport, oftentimes we can see that it impacts everybody who is not this high earner. But those who are early adopters perhaps have a smoother landing. But also when we make changes, we have to keep in mind those who do not live in the best regions. Perhaps we can agree to the understanding that speed limits in towns should be lower, that there should be more greenery in towns. So, in my view, when we implement the green transition in Estonia, we shouldn't contradict various groups. We shouldn't scare one against the other. But some journalists unfortunately do that. So if you start with this conflicting approach, it doesn't give you the desired results. What is important is to engage as many people and groups as possible. Josip, you are a social democrat. And there, one of the main reasons to exist is to provide equal opportunities for people. What do you think in the context, in the debate of the green transition? Do these people have equal opportunities, or as President Kaljulaid said, that some are left behind? What do you think? Well, I can't say that we have given enough attention to various groups. And thanks to those who keep highlighting it, we perhaps adopt a more equal treatment. But what the problem in Estonia seems to be is that we have questions, we have concerns, we have issues, and then we'll listen to the answers from those who are the loudest, who come to you to give the answer. But actually what we need is a way to reach all the groups whose opinion matters, because everybody's opinion matters. And this boils down to conscious engagement and inclusion. So this is what we have to look into. We have to look into everybody's needs. So we have to take the step and approach them. One way of finding it out is based on data, but actually the journey is something that you have to take together with these groups. If you simply say that everybody has to upgrade their technologies, then automatically there are people who object, who don't want to do it, and there are those who cannot afford to do it. So there are many layers, and Usually those who are not high earners or who are at a disadvantage, they tend to be women, they tend to be people with disabilities, and there might be more marginalized groups. So more smart questions and more engagement is what I say we need. I think it was Winston Churchill who said that the best argument against democracy is 3 minutes of conversation with a regular voter. So, Josep, how to take these smart decisions by listening to everyone and considering their opinion? I mean, engagement doesn't mean that every single opinion is implemented 100%. It's impossible because these opinions can be quite contradictory. But from this conversation, you can find the problems that have to be solved. And what you can also do is to generalize. You can see some patterns, you can spot the issues that come across from all groups. And then you can find out what needs more attention. Hanna-Stiina, you can see the green transition debate, in addition to Estonia, also on a more global scale, because you are a part of the United Nations. What do you think when you think about the various target groups? So how is Estonia positioned? I don't want to say in the race, but on this journey. What is the Estonia's position? Are we at the top, in the middle, or lagging behind? I think that we are not lagging behind, definitely, because we are already talking about it, considering these things, but I think the road is pretty long. I was in the United Nations in September, and then we discussed the same thing. So what has been done in Estonia? What are our ambitions in comparison to other countries? And the truth is that we are not the last, but we are not at the top either. Everybody could do more, but I think what Estonia should ask themselves, do we want to be at the top, and what do we have to do in order to achieve this? So we need more ambition, and we need more ambition also internationally, so that we can act as a role model. Kersti, green transition or the green reform, as Christian suggested, is a highly political process. Not only in Estonia, but all across the world, and also in the old democracies, or let's say in the United States, you have quite strong and quite popular political argument that we maybe don't need green transition, because we can discuss the details, we can discuss the implementation, but in all countries we have people who think that green transition is completely irrelevant, it's an artificial problem. So what about the political consensus? How to create this in a situation where we can see more and more polarization? In Estonia, it's quite simple. If you want to do trade with Germany, with Finland, Sweden, Denmark, other countries, then you just have to go ahead and do it, the green transition. Why? Because Europe wants to be independent in terms of energy. So we don't have oil, and the only way Europe can be independent in terms of energy supply is green energy. And everybody who thinks that Estonia doesn't need green transition also must think that Estonia belongs to the Russian sphere of influence. Today, if politicians come together and say that, you know, the climate is not warming, let's stop it, then the major corporations in the world, well, they've understood that the first ones to achieve green transition will win. and those who lag behind will lose. So the question belongs to the beginning of the century, I'm sorry to say that. And I also invest in green startups, just a disclaimer. But the question for us is, something that Christian said. He said that inequality is inevitable, but it really, I hate this idea, and I also agree that we have to engage. But what do we have to do? We have, I think, 14,000 apartment blocks that are old, that need renovation, and we don't have to ask. People who live there, they don't belong to the wealthiest. So this is what we have to do. We have to renovate these houses. It's a positive signal for the society, because if we renovate them, they will not be only more energy efficient, but they will be more comfortable. So green transition is something where we have to focus not on the wealthiest, but quite the opposite. So I think what we have missed, where we have failed, is that we haven't really presented the Green Deal as something that the people with low income could benefit from. Christian, you're a politician, a minister. You talk to people every day with those who go to the elections, who also support those political groups who are not for the green transition. How do you talk to them? Like Kersti said, this question belongs to the beginning of the century, or how do you talk to them?
I would say that I tend to take the approach that Kersti recommended in the other part of her response. I am personally convinced that if people are annoyed, then there is another reason for why they are annoyed. When you talk to someone and they're annoyed, it's because something bad has happened in their day. You can't solve this problem, but you can speak in arguments. And regarding climate policy, I don't think we need to speak in slogans, because that can scare people who think rationally. Instead, we need to talk about practical changes, such as renovation. That's a good example, because in Estonia, high amount of investment goes to renovation. Next year it will be 2.5 billion euros. That's a lot of money to energy saving renovations. The funding that goes to Narva region in the northeast of Estonia has a smaller amount of own funding requirement, because these people there have lower incomes. And it's important to invest in it, because otherwise, if renovation is carried out poorly, we do not have good outcomes, and there is so-called renovation, but it doesn't provide any energy saving. What we want to do is reach a situation where all quarters and neighborhoods are renovated, not individual buildings. Regarding public transport, we will have more trains introduced from 2025 onwards, and there will be more investment into public transport. Regarding renewable energy, again, we are talking about a practical question. If we ask a voter if they prefer more expensive or cheaper energy, but they will probably say cheaper, but cheaper energy comes from fossil fuels these days. So whatever language people speak, whatever slogans they read, practically people tend to think in the same way. I think that the support for what is new and what you can practically benefit from in Estonia is quite high. And if we talk about people who are negative regarding climate policy, they often say something like they don't want anything about climate policy, they just want to have trees and parks in the city, but that's also part of climate policy. Kersti, did you want to add something? Yes, Kristjan, just one thing. Today, if an Estonian company doesn't want to get support from ESA, then they will have to buy. I think the way that it is decided whose buildings are renovated is not good enough, because people in poorer areas don't have access to this kind of funding. I think one of the least efficient ways of planning is an apartment association meeting in an apartment building, but it is important for people to contribute their own money as well, and we can't just do it externally. And there are buildings which are in a very poor state. Indeed, but the problem is serious, because in the city of Narva, there has been an understanding in the past that the Northeast does not get any funding from the state, and there is some truth in this understanding. Well, we have just invested 10 million euros in that area, and we have a special person who's in charge of investments in that area. Joosep, Tallinn is the green capital of Europe. Is what we are seeing the best version that takes into account all sustainability recommendations? For a vice mayor, for an assistant mayor, what does Tallinn look like this year? I would say that being a green capital is more of a starting point rather than a prize for being a ready product. It is a starting point for bigger changes, and we have started some major changes this year. Whether everything's been done correctly, I cannot say. We cannot expect not to make any mistakes. But some things I would like to highlight are the following, and I hope they will continue in the coming years as well. First of all, the Green Capital Community Group. Indeed, we sent out 30,000 invites to people from different parts of the society, and we used this sample for choosing these people, and they are talking about the specific issues. Another element is community gardens and community centers, places where you can go together with local people, where you can engage them. And it's not only about asking them questions, but it's also where we can explain to them what we are doing, why we are doing these things, why we have set the goals that we have, and how we want to engage them in the process. A very good thing that is appearing in the urban space is the democratization of the urban space. A good example is the Town Hall Square Park from last summer. I hope this will become a permanent tradition. And approach to the seaside. There must be approach to the seaside. It must be available for everyone, and it must not be at the same time so expensive that people cannot afford to sit in the cafes located by the seaside. We need to take into account all citizens, all people of Tallinn, and not only those living in the central areas. Regarding renovations, we just started renovating an entire quarter with the Soft Academy. And there the idea is not only to renovate the buildings in that quarter, but also the outdoor areas, so that these would be attractive green areas for people to spend time together and promote our city's green goal. Anna-Stiina, talking about green reform, if we want to find a cliche, it would be that we are building a society where our young people will live in the future. And perhaps it means that you need to think about the time when you are 60 years old. Do you perceive this situation as that? And if so, how much do you think young people are taken into account when planning green transition activities? I think I speak on behalf of a lot of young people if I say that I'm very concerned. And it is true that the policies made today are the ones that we need to live with in the future. This is why a lot of young people take to the streets, why they are so loud about environmental topics, because it seems that we are quite often the only ones that understand what's about to happen. Since it's our future, we are indeed very concerned. Regarding the engagement of young people, I think it's important to engage them in the discussions. But one issue is that since young people are so loud, we are the ones that are expected to provide solutions, but we don't always have the education, the experience to come up with solutions that people much smarter and more experienced than us haven't come up with. So sometimes it's being put on the shoulders of young people, and it is said that it is our problem, that we need to solve it. But actually, it is large corporations that need to reduce their pollution levels. So we often feel that we are given a lot of personal responsibility. What are we doing to save the nature, the environment? But actually, there are much bigger polluters than young people. Kersti, what to do to make those middle-aged men who are in charge of large companies to think about the future of those young people like Anna-Stiina? Well, if there is any, I would say that there is already some movement in the large corporations, but I also want to say that European politicians have got younger over time. Estonia has had young politicians for a long time, but now it is not surprising anymore to have someone who's in politics who's in their 30s. And one of the reasons is because a lot of the older generation politicians have said that they cannot argue about these topics because they do not understand them, they do not believe in them, and topics related to the environment, to equal opportunities, are closer to younger people. Politicians are chosen by the people, and at the same time, being a politician is not only about entertaining or making electors or voters happy. In the Nordic countries, those that win elections do so with climate promises. In Estonia, this is not the case yet, and we still need to reach broader areas of the society. There is a lot of regional inequality in Tallinn, even. I'm very glad that there are community parks in different parts of the city, and I'm glad that these are also now being built in these more traditional areas, such as areas of blocks of flats like Mustamäe. But there are some issues which are very neighborhood based. And we need to take into account the voters in specific regions. So, for instance, is it better to build electric cars or renovate apartment buildings? You cannot compare these necessarily, or it might not be one might not be better than the other. And we as politicians must bear in mind that some of the citizens perceive that there is too much inequality. Kristen, you are a liberal politician, and in your ministry, the Climate Act is being developed. How many of the topics mentioned by Kersti and others are taken into account when preparing this legislation? We are at an early stage. The Climate Ministry reached 100 days on the 9th of October, although it feels like we've been there for a long time. And some say that in the media that we've been stopping people's lives for more than a year already. But indeed, you are necessary. We do try to take into account different needs, and we have a climate committee which has different stakeholders from universities, from businesses, all represented, but this is not enough. There will also be work groups that handle all kinds of different aspects, and when doing so, we must remember that although I am a liberal right politician, we must remember that politicians need to take the society as far as they can, all together. Otherwise, only the forerunners can get somewhere, and this causes conflicts. Quite often the question is about practical matters, what people see, what they benefit from. For example, for promoting wind energy, people were given the opportunity of earning income from wind generators in their area, and suddenly people were promoting them way too much. And the same goes with renovation. We are trying to take people's opinions into account, but we also need to take evidence-based research into account. And in our sector, this act will be one of the most important ones in the coming 5 years.
I'm also glad to report that at Workshop we also have a lively debate. And let's pick some of the comments or questions. So, to Hanna-Stina, could young generation sue the government if the government continues polluting the way we've done so far? How intriguing. I can only say what I personally think. I cannot speak on behalf of the younger generation. I think court cases might make a point, but they have to be very carefully consider what the actual impact would be, because sometimes it might feel like you fight for the right thing, but what you achieve is not what you really wanted. So I'm not convinced whether it's the best way to move forward. Kersti? Well, according to the Estonian constitution, also says that generations have to be equal. So it's our constitutional obligation to make sure that generations are treated equally. Politicians must be aware of the constitution. Well, do you? Well, yes, I'm a lawyer by education and a kind person by character. But when we talk about the equality and, for example, the most recent case with the oil shale factory that was not opened because of failure to conduct the environmental impact assessments. There was a court ruling about that, and it makes an interesting reading. It also says that what we need is a very clear sectoral plan about how the future climate objectives should be dealt with. What it tells, in other words, that Estonia needs a climate act so that we can tackle all the tasks at hand, what it means economically, what it means legally speaking. So if young people had sued, actually the young generation already sued the government through this oil factory case. Another question, Peep has submitted it, and I hope you all can answer. So the question is, in green transition, the energy efficiency of buildings is very important, also generation of power. So how is your home heated, and do you also produce energy? If you haven't started using green energy yet, when will you do it? So, answers please. So, I believe in an apartment, so we have an apartment association there, and this association takes all the smart decisions. And one of the battles, well, debates there, we have the ramps. The ramps were heated during winter when the energy cost was really high. And per apartment, the cost was around 80-90 euros per month. And then we started the debate. Maybe we shouldn't heat the ramp that takes you to the parking house underground. And during the debate, they said that, we should also turn off the lights. I mean, the cost of light per apartment was about 270 per month. And what happened was that despite my good arguments, I didn't come out as a winner, but it was good that we also have the business part of the building. They decided that indeed we turn off the heating under the ramps. We will install solar panels. We used to have gas to heat the house, but now we are switching to the district heating, so we are taking large steps. Okay, Kersti, how about you? I'm pretty glad I sold the apartment I had in the same building as Kristen. So I have the thermal energy. I don't have the accumulators of heating and power because it's quite expensive and unreasonable actually to invest in. So I hope that the government will take smart decisions so that in the future I can be a part of digital power plant so that the energy that I generate can be given to the grid. And this has been, I've used this system for 8 years, so I'm climate neutral, I can say. But I'm not budgetary neutral. I also live in an apartment. We also have the apartment association. We have district heating. And today, unfortunately, I'm in one of these small regions where I cannot really say that the heating is very environmentally friendly. The building itself, however, has been recently renovated. It was done before I moved in, so I wasn't able to tell them that let's install the solar panels, but hopefully in the future. Hanna-Stina? Yes, I live in an apartment. We have district heating, so I don't have much to add, but I can tell you about my parents. They don't live in Tallinn. They have a country house, and they have the furnaces, and in the country house they have the wind turbine as well as solar panels. But my dad concluded that something can go wrong with them, and that's why they have the old school furnace as well, so that they can use wood to heat the house. I think what we can see here, it's very important that everybody depends on the government policy. If you have district heating, you can't really influence that. I mean, we have the core production plants. Tallinn City can do that, but a regular person cannot really impact how the district heating is organized. Okay, and there's another comment, and any one of you can respond. Again, it's from WorksUp. The buildings that are renovated usually are in suburbs. I think green transition really highlights the prior failures. I think it's easier for me to answer because I'm not in an office now. I don't have any such position. But we have 1.1 million people living here on the country, the size of Holland, where they have, I think, 18 millions. And this land will not remain empty in the future. So I think our policy should focus on how to populate Estonia, Estonian regions. It's not only about the few apartment blocks. Christian probably has the answers. Well, yes, it boils down to the value of the assets, the property, and we have the urban areas, the golden circles around cities. And in smaller villages and towns where the property value is not as high, it is problematic, of course, with the renovations and everything. In eastern Estonia, for example. And even when the buildings are renovated, if you have used the support for building, I don't know, furnaces, for example, we had this measure opened, and the state's IT system just froze when the application round was open. And if people say that they don't have public transport that would connect them to the cities or centers rurally, it's really about where you can work. Can you do remote work from these regions? And as Kersti said, what we have to do is to move out from these large regional centers. We have to create conditions for people to being able to live and work there. But one of the arguments, rock-solid arguments, will always be the value of the property. So it doesn't pay to renovate with the same money in the countryside as in the center of Tallinn, for example. But let me borrow your microphone because I think we have a question from the audience. There you go. Thank you. Tanel Talve from the Kodukanti Estonian Village Movement. I'd like to take a more practical approach because all these conferences and seminars are a lot of fun and we can always talk about what could be better. But Kristen Michal, you as a member of the government, you mentioned public transport, and my question is, it's a topic where green transition and gender equality meet. So the mobility reform that has often been talked about, does it only mean car tax? Does it mean that people simply will not be able to afford the cars, especially in the countryside, and that's it, problem solved? Or do you see that the Ministry of Climate would have any other roles in the mobility reform? And also, do you have any good news in terms of public transport for people with disability or special needs? Yes, it's not only a task for one ministry. Tanel has been a member of the parliament, knows how the work is distributed. About the public transport, trains and buses and transport hubs, so that they would meet like flowers and bees. This is a job for the Ministry of Regional Affairs. However, the infrastructure and the connections is something for our ministry. Yes, the car tax is just a small piece of the puzzle. What we also need is making the public transport more demand-based. So transport is not the main argument here. If you look at the trains, for example, when we had the new trains on Estonia railways, then we saw an increase of the use of rail transport, passengers as well. So we will have more trains taken into use. So the number of trains also means that the more trains you have, the more people use it. When we talk about Rail Baltic, then I think, yes, more than 200 million euros will be spent. And it is important to connect Estonia to the Central Europe. Now, accessibility, of course, it's an issue for us, but also for the Ministry of Regional Affairs and Agriculture, so we do our best. And car tax is really just a small fragment. The Minister of Regional Affairs also wants to change the way that the funds are used in Estonia to make it more accessible. But I think regional development will not see any changes before the tax income of local municipalities follows the same logic as the central government. Because if some of the income tax, for example, or more of the income tax would remain in the region, would be good. So, for example, if the companies tax only goes to the central government, it doesn't really motivate local municipalities to have production or businesses there. So, any other questions from the audience? It doesn't look like it. So I have one question left, and I would ask Kersti, because you as a president reached all the groups in the society very successfully. So what would you say to those, as it was mentioned previously, the miners from the northeast Estonia, but what would you say to someone who is afraid that the green transition that we talk about today, that is the topic of the day in the entire society, it would take their job and make their lives really difficult? Well, the alternative is that we continue with the same economic model, but it's already clear that we are losing. Our companies are losing, so the only way out is to do the green transition really quickly, and the alleviating measures have to come from by redistribution of funds. So this is the big art in politics, how to make the necessary changes in a way that everybody feels that they have gained something equally. This is the key. On every step, you have to think about whether everybody can relate to that. Kristen, well, the concern is real, and being concerned is quite a natural state of mind. You always are concerned about your family, your car, your home, whatever. But I think Kersti is 100% right, because jobs are important. I mean, economy runs in cycles. Foreign demand is on the downturn, and in some economic sectors you have a bigger footprint. So one way to approach it is not by politics but by prices. For example, if the prices are really high for you, you can't access the market as well. So those who pollute less have an advantage on the market. So I would say that a smaller environmental footprint gives you an economic advantage. So this is something, it's an ongoing work for all the enterprises in order to make sure that there will be jobs also in the future, but these jobs also have to provide more added value. So the only way looking into the future is to find a job that adds more value. Josep, what would you say to someone who is very skeptical about the green transition? I think businesses understand that it's important to have a smaller environmental footprint. Perhaps we understand as politicians, but we have to be able to deliver this message to the voters as well, to everybody, so that our decisions wouldn't come as a surprise for people. And this is something where we have to take the smart decision in a way that people are engaged, so that everything is explained, that the information is shared to all the groups, and we also have to keep an eye on these potentially more vulnerable groups. So, to grandmas and granddads, how do you sell the concept of Green Deal? I think it's important to explain. We cannot really ask, is it for real? Do we have to do it? I mean, it's the only way. There's no choice. The only question is how we do it, how quickly we can do it, so that there would be less setbacks. Thank you very much. Friends, Kersti, Hanna-Siina, Kristjan, Josep, many thanks for being here. Thank you also for the questions. It was a pleasure. Now, friends, we have a 30-minute coffee break now. Coffee is served right here at the back of the room, and we continue in 30 minutes, so 11:30.
Dear friends, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and had some snacks, but not too many, because in an hour we are going to have a lunch break. But I do hope and believe that everyone is still awake. Some practical reminders. First, you can participate in today's conference both in Fotografiska hall today as well as online. And you can also ask questions online using the worksup.com platform. There you need to enter the event ID, which is ROHE 241102023, so ending with the date of today. There you have to click on the relevant panel, and then you can post your questions. And I would like to invite everyone to ask questions. To participate in the conversation when you're in the room, you just need to raise your hand and we will give you a microphone to ask your question. Now that the coffee break is over, we are going to continue with the discussion about green transition as the starting point. And we will start by listening to Scandinavian examples. First, I would like to give the floor to the Icelandic Gender Equality Arctic representative, Hjalti Omar Augustsson. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I brought my notes on paper as well because I don't trust things that I don't have control over, but it should all be okay. Thank you all for inviting me here. First, I'd like to say I'm very pleased with the discussions that have been going on. Sounds like, even if you're in the beginning, early stages, that you pretty much have figured out what processes you need to go through to be inclusive and engage, which is pretty much what I'll be talking about here. The agenda, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals affirms that gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. And realizing gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls will make a crucial contribution to the progress across all the goals. In this presentation, I will highlight the importance of recognition and appreciation of diversity and balanced participation in leadership and decision-making. I will try to stick to the script because it's being translated, but I sometimes go off script a little bit. A point about decision-making, for example, is a story I like to tell that I used to live, was teaching in a very rural community in Iceland, and we got a free housing, and the house had floor heating and nothing else. And when the kids came in from the snow, all wet, you had to find the warmest spot on the floor to dry their mittens. And I thought, if only there had been one person in the room when they designed the apartment that had children and had ran a family, they would have gone, oh, okay, shouldn't we put a radiator somewhere so we can, put the mittens on? So it matters who is there when you make decisions, because different points of view create different decisions and are more likely to kind of accommodate the needs of more people. I will go through the lessons we learned about engagement and collaboration and inclusion during the inception and the writing, reviewing, and disseminating of the Pan-Arctic Report on Gender Equality in the Arctic. It was an Arctic Council Sustainable Development Working Group project And it's been going on since 2013. And we finished the third phase of the project in May 2021. And the main outcome was this Pan-Arctic report on gender equality in the Arctic. And I'm going to go through that a little bit here. Now, the purpose and objective of the project has always been to raise visibility and understanding of the importance of gender issues in the Arctic, and to identify priorities and concrete strategies for increased diversity and gender balance in policy and decision-making processes, and to provide information to facilitate sustainable policy making for the future. In 2013, the partners in the circumpolar region joined hands to organize an international conference. It was called Gender Equality in the Arctic: Current Realities, Future Challenges. This took place in Akureyri in 2014, and I was there actually, although I was not part of the program yet. The report that followed was published in 2015, and it built on the comprehensive presentations and discussions that took place during the conference in Akureyri. Now, the main objective of the conference was to promote an extensive policy-relevant dialogue on gender equality, putting current realities and future challenges into context in light of climate and environmental changes, as well as economic and social developments in the region. Another goal was to raise decision-makers' awareness of the situation of women and men in the Arctic, and to strengthen cooperation among different people working with gender issues. So this was kind of the first step to gather these ideas and these people, academics, politicians, activists, NGOs together. Now, phase 2 built on the success of the conference and the report. They were both well received. The main objectives and outcomes were continued and expanded dialogue on gender equality in the Arctic, the formalization of a network of groups and experts that came together in phase 1, and a website to host the project, and organizing and participating in workshops and conferences relevant to gender equality in the Arctic. That was phase 2, where we kind of solidified the network that had been formed and the partnerships and relationships that we formed through the conference in 2014. Now, the Gender Equality in the Arctic program, the project, has been led by the Icelandic Arctic Cooperation Network since 2013. And the report in phase 3 was published with the Icelandic Arctic Cooperation Network, the Icelandic Directorate of Equality, and the Stephenson Arctic Institute, and was sponsored by Nordic Council of Ministers, the Icelandic Gender Equality Fund, lots and lots of people who sponsored it and funded. In addition to various contributions from our partners, you can see the partners there, there's a lot of them. We were the editors, me and Embla Oddsdóttir, a very wise woman that you should meet someday. She's brilliant. She is the director of the Icelandic Arctic Cooperation Network that's been running this since 2013. And I was there as a project manager for the Gender Equality in the Arctic program. I'm still working on the project, although now I am a special advisor at the Directorate of Equality in Iceland. But the Directorate has always been a part of the project, so I'm working on the project from that side now. Now, we continue to build on the strength and strengthen the existing networks, expanding the website and compiling material and publishing a newsletter. But the main output was the report, the Pan-Arctic report on gender equality in the Arctic, that we wrote from 2019 to 2021. So that's the introduction to the report. I'd like to touch a little bit upon human security, because that's kind of the approach. The Human Development Report from 1994 from the United Nations kind of redefined human security as freedom from fear and freedom from want, changing the meaning of security from one committed to the survival and interests of states to one concerned with the survival and interests of and well-being of individual people. And it was based on 7 categories of security. There's environmental security, which is something we're discussing here, for example, food security, health, economic, political, personal, and community security. In other words, people's experience of insecurity within and across these categories was understood to be relevant to an overall and comprehensive understanding of security. Canada produced a report. There was a national inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in 2019. And that's a very good quote from there, where the authors point out that security is more than just a physical condition. It's also a deeply felt experience of belonging, purpose, trust, connection, and harmony with the broader human, natural, and spiritual world. In that understanding, security cannot be understood without taking into account how all these categories of security are experienced by communities and individuals based on whether they belong to the hegemonic class or are marginalized, based on a variety of factors such as geography, the color of the skin, ethnic origin, indigeneity, culture, religion, age, social status, and ability or disability, just to name a few. All of these factors intersect with gender, and gender is a factor in all of them, and people experience these things differently based on their gender. So that's an intersectional part of the whole thing. And the needs of all of the people above must be taken into account, and human security in all of its manifestations is therefore a highly gendered issue. So, to the report a little bit. I'd like to talk about the structure and the engagement process. Now, the emphasis way from the beginning was on cooperation and engagement, and it was a vital component of the work the whole way through. This kind of collaborative dynamic and the engagement process. We made significant efforts to ensure inclusion and transparency during the process by actively soliciting feedback from peers and interested parties. What we wanted to avoid by all means was token participation and inclusion. To explain what we mean by this is something that, for example, indigenous groups in the Arctic have talked about. There is an action plan, project, policy, or whatever that's been devised. And once it's pretty much almost done, it's sent to indigenous organizations kind of to read it over. And, that's like a kind of token participation. You can say, yes, we did collaborate with, stakeholders, but not really. It's more of, more to check a box than actual engagement. On the left, you can see the parties who contributed to the creation of the report. There were project partners and indigenous experts. Editorial committee was 16 people. Was instrumental in identifying lead authors for the chapters. We were the two editors. There was a youth advisory group of 7 people from around the Arctic. We had, for example, the Sami Council and the Arctic Youth Network. We had this Sustainable Development Working Group, Social, Economic, and Cultural Expert Group that we also consulted with. They were kind of the experts. That was in the early stages when we were deciding on themes for the report, what we would write about and what we should focus on, because gender equality is a big, big topic, and you can go anywhere. We, for example, mostly left out health because there has been more written on that subject from a gender perspective than the other ones. We also, for various reasons, had to kind of bypass the LGBTQ aspects of gender equality in the Arctic. One of the main reasons was it was simply too big for the process and the time we had, and also, like they mentioned and has been mentioned here before, gender disaggregated data that accounts for different genders and does not just focus on 2 sexes is really, really hard to come by. We've already had, I'll talk about that a bit later. We had a workshop on this where we're trying to kind of figure out how we can approach the collection of data around the Arctic that is useful and comparable. That's an issue we really need to address. Now, we had external reviewers, we had youth reviewers, we had the Gender Equality in the Arctic team in Akureyri. There was 8 of us that were helping with administrative, looking for sources, combing through sources, all kinds of stuff. There were 10 lead authors for the six chapters. There were 80 contributing authors to these chapters as well, and we had 8 research assistants working with us. The project partners, the editorial committee, the Sustainable Development Working Group, Social, Economic and Cultural Expert Group, and the Youth Advisory Group were instrumental in providing ideas, knowledge, and support in developing themes for the report. We eventually settled on 6 themes. There was law and governance in the Arctic. There was security, which focused on human security, not military security. Migration and mobility, environment, gender, indigeneity, violence, and reconciliation. And then there was a chapter on empowerment. We had a team of 10 very committed lead authors of the thematic chapters who reached out and coordinated the work of the other contributing authors, about 80 of them. They were from 15 countries, including all Arctic states. Further, the inclusion of permanent participants in the Arctic Council and other indigenous experts was a vital component of the engagement process. And through our discussions and with their guidance, we like to believe that we inched closer to better understanding indigenous perspectives on gender and related issues, which somewhat differ from the Western ideas sometimes. Also, I'd like to point out and highlight that the Arctic is huge, and generalizing about Arctic inhabitants is pretty difficult because the communities differ very much. So, when we talk about the Arctic, we are not talking about a uniform place. Iceland is a part of the Arctic, and so is Kamchatka in Russia, or northern Alaska. These are very, very different communities with different, and we're talking about the green transition. Iceland has, we have green energy pretty much in our backyard. Everyone, it's just all over the place. We have the water, hydro, thermal energy. We could definitely harvest the wind because there's definitely enough of it. But then, so the green transition is, we should be able to do that. Whereas in areas in northern Canada and Alaska, they're just highly dependent on fossil fuel for survival, for transport, economically. These are sometimes resource-rich areas that depend, their economies simply depend on it. So, very, very different communities and places. So there were significant contributions also made by indigenous experts to the report itself, both directly and through being project partners, in devising how we approach this. They were on the editorial committee and the youth advisory board, and this includes contributions from the Sami Council, the Aleut International Association, the Arctic Athabascan Council, as well as the Paktutit Inuit Women of Canada. As part of the engagement process, during the final stages of writing the report in the fall of 2020, we held 6 online thematic feedback sessions, 1 for each of the 6 chapters of the report. Now, the feedback sessions were open to the public, and they were recorded, transcribed, and then integrated into the chapters along with internal reviews by partners, the editorial committee, the youth advisory group, and the Sustainable Development Working Group. And then we had external reviewers for each of the chapters. So it was a lot of work put in engagement, review, getting and actually listening and incorporating the points of view that came through the feedback, for example. And what is not mentioned in any of these slides is that if you notice the timing, we kind of began the work fall late 2019. And whoop-de-doo, February 2020, and we had COVID. And I went through like 2 or 3 years working with people, never met them except online. And the number of online meetings we had is enormous. I mean, we met with people almost every week, with the project partners, with the editorial committee. And we're talking people from Russia to Alaska and Canada. So we were trying to figure out, the meeting time would be maybe around 5 in Iceland, and it was midnight for someone else and 7 in the morning. I mean, we just had to kind of figure this out. There was lots and lots of online meetings. I would be quite okay if I never had another one. But it worked. I mean, it was engagement. It was continuous conversation that kind of drove us onwards and forwards. So it was a positive experience, although a bit tiresome at times. There was considerable time pressure during the project, and we were very ambitious. We wanted to deliver a useful document on time. And during the process, we learned many lessons, but 3 of those deserve special attention. A problematic thing in research and funding and politics is that we devised this project as a 3-year project. But because Iceland had chairmanship of the Arctic Council at that time, from 2019 to 2021, and this project was supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Iceland and the Arctic Council. The project time was shortened so that we could hand off the report at the same time as Iceland handed off the chairmanship of the Arctic Council. So that was 2021. We meant to do this until late 2022. So really a year of the time that we had allocated for the actual work was taken out. So we had to rush things very much, and it was a challenge, but we actually made it with actually some personal psychological cost to most of us. It was really stressful and pressured time. But one of the lessons that we learned was that stakeholders and affected parties, communities, must be part of the process from conception to the final product. Indigenous and youth perspectives are to some extent reflected in the chapters, but we do recognize that we have to do better in the future if we are to meaningfully include indigenous perspectives and move even further away from token engagement. This was one of the most important lessons we learned, that engagement, collaboration, and inclusion is so important during all stages of the decision-making, whether it's the research projects, gathering data, setting policies, creating action plans, legislating, etc. In that regard, it's important to remember that true empowerment comes not only from being invited to discuss matters that are on the agenda, but rather to have a seat at the table when the agenda is set. What are the issues that people and communities concerned feel are the most pressing to address? I've been here way too long. Okay. Lesson 2 and 3 kind of combined that you need to build into the proposals time and funding that kind of to compensate for participation. Both the consultation and engagement processes, suffered from rushed timelines. In the report, we suggest that indigenous and youth perspectives be an integral part from conception to final product, and that resource and funding are built into project proposals. Honest and effective engagement takes time and resources. A truly meaningful consultation and engagement process, which ideally should be continuous throughout, not just at the beginning and the end or somewhere in between. It requires time and extensive dialogue. It is crucial to make sure there is sufficient time allotted to this, and drawing from diverse knowledge systems and weaving together multiple perspectives requires a level of respect as well, and commitment that should not be underestimated or rushed. And also those who are most marginalized, whose points of view may be the most relevant, are often not in a position to volunteer their time and resources to projects without compensation, and in fact they may be the hardest groups to reach. Projects and proposals should therefore include resources and funding that account for compensation for meaningful engagement and contribution. So I'm almost finished. To sum up, we're still working and phase 4 has started. It builds on phase 3 in the report. And respecting the lessons that we learned in phase 3, phase 4 was designed and conceived in close collaboration with our indigenous and non-indigenous partners, ensuring ownership of the project residing with the partners and increasing engagement of participants. To sum up, continuous engagement with relevant stakeholders, communities, and peoples in all phases of decision-making, from setting the agenda and research through to final decisions and evaluations. Be respectful of different cultures and ways of knowing. Listen. Drawing from diverse knowledge systems and weaving together takes time, enough resources to the process for meaningful participation, time and funding, etc. And kind of on a final note for policymakers and politicians, the projects, policy, action plans, and other measures that you want to implement, if you give the people that are affected by them ownership of the projects, they are more likely to be positively received and effectively implemented. People tend to get defensive when you try to push policies or actions on them that they have not had the chance to discuss or been a part of. And as soon as you're defensive, it takes time to get you out of that situation. If you give people ownership, access to the decision-making process, access to setting the agenda and discussing things, they are more likely to be on board and for the action plans and policies to be effective. I think I'll leave on that note because I've taken too much time. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Halti, for your insights, and I will invite you back later for an extended chat should time permit. Anyways, järgmisena ma paluksin aga lavale Rootsi Keskkonnakaitseagentuuri võrdõiguslikkuse koordinaatori. Nimi on Emma Fryksmark.
Equal Opportunities from Sweden, Emma Fryksmark. The floor is yours.
Bright lights. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. It's been very interesting to listen to all the speakers before me. This is actually my 5th visit to your wonderful city, though 3 of those previous visits have been to buy yarn. Some of you might have seen me knitting, so I love coming here. I am the Environmental and Gender Coordinator at the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, and I will shorten that to SWEPA from now on because it's way too long to say. But Sweden's history of gender politics goes back to before the First World War, though we were the last among the Nordics to actually grant women the right to vote nationally, and we only just had our first female prime minister. But when it comes to gender mainstreaming in public agencies, we started this work back in 1994, though we didn't really structure it until 2014. We are starting to see marked improvements, but that is partly due to the gender equality policy goals that were set at the same time. So we have an overarching goal, and we have 6 sub-goals. It's up to the agencies to choose which sub-goals to work towards. We at the SWEPA have decided to work partly for the overarching goal, but partly for the 1st and the 5th. So the overarching, women and men are to have the same power and influence to shape society and their own lives. And then equal division of power and influence and equal health. And we do this because we, as an organization, as an agency, we give out huge grants. I think it's in the power of, well, in krona it's billions, so that would make it millions in euros. And we're also responsible for half of the environmental goals, which includes reduced climate impact, clean air, a non-toxic environment, and natural acidification only, which correlates to equal health. So SWEPA received an assignment back in 2020, and that's what I'm working with, to gender mainstream the entire organization. It also includes the job of developing a strategy for integrating gender mainstreaming in the climate action plan, and that's a colleague of mine working with this. So focusing on the gender mainstreaming at SWEPA, these are our current focus areas, and we deepen and expand them as time goes on. So the Climate Leap. We have 2 units working with the Climate Leap, one in transportation and one with industry. The Climate Leap is actually a program that hands out more than 50% of the funds that we are allocated from the state, so we distribute it through to others. So far, our work with gender mainstreaming here has consisted of producing statistics to see how many women and men gain employment from the different projects that we fund. The projects would be to shift from fossil fuel to electric, or to not produce, but build bike lanes, just to make sure that there's a reduction in, I'm losing my words, sorry, in emissions. So it has to be a tangible reduction of emissions. A straight up communication project wouldn't get funding. But since we have an extremely segregated workforce in Sweden, women work in care services and men work in production predominantly, this means that mainly men gain employment from these projects. Hopefully, we will be able to see later on, when we analyze these statistics better, we will look into, can we do anything about this? Should we do anything about this? Since the goal of the project is, or the program is, to reduce emissions. Then we have the beach cleanup. Sweden has an extremely long sea coastline. So sea coast municipalities, they can turn to the SWEPA and say, we would like to fund this project where we clean up the beaches. And we say, fine, give us the details of the project and we will fund it. And then they turned to the Swedish Public Employment Service and say, we would like to have people that are far from the workforce, that haven't been working for 20 years or more, or just recently arrived in Sweden and can't get a job. This would be perfect for them. And then they let people know that you've applied for a job, you can have it, and the women decline. And so far, no one has asked the women, why do they decline? It's a job. It goes back to the first goal. They will be able to make decisions about their own lives because they will have a job and money. Now we have said, we've written to the municipalities saying that if you want to make sure that you get reimbursed for the projects, because they pay them first and then we reimburse them, there needs to be a 40-60 split among women and men. And we are using this as a template for other grants that we give out to different organizations to make sure that there is an equal distribution of the employees. We also work with international projects. We have, again, 2 units working with this. And here we come back to the intersectionality, because in Sweden it's easy. We're fairly, equal, homogeneous, fairly homogeneous. Less today than we were 50 years ago, but still. When we go abroad, you end up with a culture that you really don't know that much about. So you have to take into account not only women and men, but age, education, social background, class. And we need to look into our own structures when we apply, when we design a project, because we design it and then we go to another state agency and say, could you fund this project? So we need to start from scratch, dig where we stand. How are we designing our projects? What do we take into consideration? so we don't end up as they did in Sudan, where they thought that, oh, well, not Sweden, someone else, can't remember who, will hand out the land so we know who owns the land, and that will be perfect because then they can borrow money on this land. Problem was, women did the work, but only men can own the land. So suddenly the women can't work on the land because they don't own it. Things like that we need to know before we design a project. So they've done a knowledge inventory. They've looked at awareness, methods, and how to continue this learning so that when we design the application processes, the project planning, the implementation and the follow-up, we actually know what we're doing. Government grants. As I mentioned, we hand out most of our money to someone else. It's other governmental agencies, it's corporations, it's organizations, mainly through the Climate Leap, but also through other grants. And since the majority of the people working at SWEPA are women, it means that 72% of our decisions regarding grants are made by women. Is this bad? Is it good? We have to see what decisions they make and who they affect. So far we can only say that 72% of the decisions are made by women, and we will have to look further to see who receives the funding, what do they do with the money, do they use gender budgeting? We're not there yet, we're looking into it. And on that note, gender disaggregated statistics. Right now, that's one of our greatest challenges. It's to analyze all the operations at SWEPA. Where can we actually look into gender disaggregated statistics? Not everywhere is possible. Not when we're counting wild boar, for instance. But when we look into how population, how women and men in Sweden react to the climate change, that's a very good place to look at statistics. We have gender disaggregated statistics on hunting licenses, though for some weird reason it's in female, male and foreigners. My only guess to that is that all the foreigners are male. Usually when we look into our gender disaggregated statistics, we actually request statistics from the Swedish Central Bureau of Statistics. So it's more this industry, how many women and men work in this industry. So here is a place for us to dig deeper. Can we start collect our own statistics? Because we need that statistics to be able to choose upcoming projects. Of course, we need to train our colleagues. So me and my colleague, because there's actually two of us, we have had training sessions with managers, especially during planning sessions. And we also, throughout the year, have a seminar series with inspirational lectures where we invite researchers, and they are happy to come. So we have a researcher with a lecture during lunch hour, making sure that more people can actually attend. And then for those people who do not have a meeting straight after lunch, they are welcome to join and discuss the topic with the researcher. This is a fantastic way of getting the research out there. And we have also started inviting other agencies to make sure that the researchers' findings are spread even further. This year, we were also invited to the Gender Mainstreaming in Government Agencies Plus program. So the Gender Mainstreaming program started back in 2014, and now upwards of 60 agencies have been part of this program. You're usually in it for between 2 and 5 years. But the agency responsible for the program, the Gender Equality Agency, realized that some of us needs extra help. So we have a plus program, which is a deepening, which means that 3 to 5 agencies, roughly within the same category of responsibility. So we have 2 transport agencies, the Energy Agency and then us. we'll be discussing how to plan, how to implement, and how to move forward to actually get the gender mainstreaming out throughout the organization. So for 1.5 years, we'll be doing this. We've also chosen a focus area, socioeconomic impact assessment of environmental regulatory instruments. One of the reasons for this is that in Sweden, when you say household, everyone thinks 2 adults and 2 children, when the truth is that 40% of our households are single-person households. So we need to update our methods, really. So I mentioned the strategy for the climate negotiations. A colleague of mine is the one doing the negotiations for the Swedish EPA, and she has a colleague at the Gender Equality Agency, so they are the 2 focal points. There's also a Nordic project in the works to assess and evaluate the implementation of the GAP the coming years, how we in the Nordics are doing. Lastly, lessons learned. And now I'm talking about me and my colleague as gender coordinators. We've learned that our colleagues need to feel that gender mainstreaming is important, because what we're asking them to do actually makes a difference. And we have to make sure that there are guidelines and governing documents that give them the mandate to actually step up. And this needs to be both in the internal guidelines and governing documents, and also in the documents on our websites, because they are meant for other agencies to use, so that we actually spread this in society. We've also realized that we really need the GMJ Plus program, because it will help us integrate gender mainstreaming in the entire organization. So far, it's been mainly the 4 projects I showed you at the beginning of the presentation. And it's also true that when a colleague wants to implement something, we have to help them, because we think together, but they have to act. There's only 2 of us, and there's about 600 of them, so we can't do their job. And one of the things that me and my colleague tend to repeat and repeat and repeat is always gender, never only gender. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a seat, please. And Kalti, I would like to invite you to the stage as well for a brief chat, because, yeah, please. Because folks have been fairly busy on workshops, so I'll go straight to these questions. So the first one goes like this. Could you please highlight some of the most relevant impacts of the GEA project so far?
Impact is people at SWEPA, people are actually starting to see that this is an important issue, that it makes a difference if people feel included. And so far, it's fairly common for state agencies to talk to people or down to people, but not necessarily with people. It's like you mentioned that here's a document, sign it, but I wasn't involved. Yeah, sorry, but sign it. So that's one of the impacts that I can see, that we are starting to get through to our colleagues that you need to talk with people.
How would you respond to that question?
Well, with the Gender Equality in the Arctic project, it's been like since 2013, but the most important impact it had was that it was included in the Reykjavik Declaration from the Arctic Council. And it's part of the strategic plan for the Arctic Council, where gender equality is actually addressed in an Arctic Council document, which is very important. What is also meant is that in phase 4, one of the things that the report suggested was that we should mainstream gender equality in the work of the Arctic Council. Because of reasons, the Arctic Council kind of got paralyzed for quite some time. We know why that is. So we didn't quite get there. But another thing was a data workshop. A workshop, all of the chapters and all of the authors mention the lack of gender disaggregated data that is also place-specific and ethnicity-specific as a huge obstacle. I mean, you can't compare. You don't know what's going on because you don't have the data. If you don't have data, you don't know what to respond to. If you don't know what the problem is, how are you going to respond? And we're seriously lacking this data all around the Arctic. And so we got together a workshop where we gathered, activists, NGOs, indigenous and non-indigenous, policymakers, data experts from around the Arctic to try to kind of figure out how can we approach this? Where is and we're also working on a study that's based on the workshop and should be out in December or January, I think, where we've kind of been mapping what do we have that's comparable, what do we need, how can we approach gathering this data, and also how can we co-produce data with different knowledge systems, which indigenous knowledge, for example, in Western science tend to kind of clash a bit, but we need to discuss, we need to address that knowledge systems are different and we need to weave them together, and it's difficult and it's sensitive, it takes trust and time, and that's where we're at now. So what effect it has had already is that we're moving forward on things that have been, the Arctic Human Development Report talked about the lack of data in the second one in 2014, since 2002. I mean, we've been talking about this for now decades, and very little is happening, and we're hoping we can kind of move that forward a bit.
Right. The next question coming through Works Up is for you, Emma. Mm-hmm. Is the responsibility to mainstream gender into the green turn measures in Sweden officially regulated and systematically implemented?
I'd say it's officially regulated, yes. But so, as I said, there's upwards of 60 agencies that are supposed to gender mainstream their organizations. And most of the agencies that work in the green area, they are part of the program. We're not there yet. We're getting there. So it's more or less structured. It depends on the agency. But yes, the work has begun at least, which I couldn't have said 10 years ago.
Right. So the next question is for both of you, I guess. Is it easy to convince your colleagues that gender mainstreaming is important? Can you perhaps share some tricks and tips, Halti?
Well, I work in the Directorate of Equality, so my colleagues are very much aware of what needs to be done. But in general, if you're talking about like administrative colleagues in general in government, for example, convincing them that it's important, necessary, and makes sense is not difficult. But seeing actual action take place, because it is a complicated process. It's not straightforward. I mean, there are a lot of things that you need to consider and take into account. And sometimes, we discussed this yesterday a bit, it's just so complicated that without any proper guidelines on how to do it, you just go, I don't know, how, it's so difficult to approach. So convincing, no, but seeing actual implementation, a bit more difficult.
Right. What about you, Emma?
I'd say one-on-one you can do it. One-on-one you can usually convince. I see in my organization we have everything from gender mainstreaming, gender academics. They did their university course in gender, to the people thinking that why that just means that you hate men, essentially. So we have the entire scale, and you have to work with all of them. And we decided to start with the ones that are already on board. So they are the ones showing up for the lectures. And then we take it step by step. But it's easier if you have the Director General on board, which we fortunately have. That way you can integrate it slowly into the processes, which means that eventually people, even if they don't think that this is a good idea, they will be forced to do it. And hopefully along the way we can convince them. and convince them, as in make them understand that no, we don't hate men. Men are also oppressed by the patriarchy, so that this is actually elevating everyone. That's where we need to meet them, so that they don't feel left out. Because people who feel left out will, in extreme cases, end up at the QAnon. And that's what we need. We need to catch them before that and actually speak with them and not to them, which is what's been happening for years. And it's actually the same thing that for centuries have been happening to the discriminated and marginalized groups. The higher-ups have been talking to them and down to them. And this is the language that most people know, so when you flip it, the same thing happens. We need to meet. That's the main thing.
Speaking of QAnon, how much do you actually follow the developments over in the United States?
Way too much.
Yeah, well, I assume it's necessary to do that because of how much impact their policies have. And you obviously know that things look pretty scary for next year. So how do you, I don't know if it's possible to prepare for it at all, but like how worried you are?
Well, you depending on who you follow, you get more or less worried. The ones I follow is like, it looks like Trump is in so much trouble that they might end up with someone else. But yes, an issue is that the media are portraying Biden as old and feeble-minded, which he's not. And even if he were, Trump is still worse. So, but I've seen the Trump supporters, and they just don't see it. So I think the media has amplified the extremes.
Right.
Yeah.
Kelty, it's not all about Trump, though. It's all the Republican Party in general.
Yes, definitely.
And even if they come up with a new candidate, it doesn't change much, now, does it?
I mean, it's not, the problem is not, like you said, with Trump or individuals. The problem is this dichotomy of the discourse. We've been moving further and further away from the center and to like an extreme left or right discussion where everyone just disagrees. They've just agreed to disagree on everything and then just argue over everything. There's no meeting in the middle where you actually discuss the issues logically and with, logical arguments and facts. And someone in a panel here earlier mentioned, well, he was a politician, so he mentioned the media's role in this, and he is absolutely right. I mean, the media feeds on clicks and reading and sensationalism and black and white presentations of issues is just better business. So this is feeding into this discussion, and it's one of the things I'm most concerned about regarding the green transition, for example, is this flood of misinformation, disinformation, falsehoods, misinterpretations of research, and just blatant lies that people, I have been arguing online with people that I know, that I care about, and who just are convinced that the World Health Organization is about to take over the world. And it doesn't matter if you just present, because all the documents are online. This is official stuff, and you can just present it to them and even, take it and show, this is what it says. This is the actual text. They don't care. No. They don't care. You can show them the actual facts, black and white, and they still choose to believe the bullshit. So how do you address this? I don't have the answer, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to address the fear, because they choose to believe facts, alternative facts, because they are afraid of something. What are they afraid of? And maybe if you can figure out that and you can alleviate that fear, maybe you can reach them. But that is a one-on-one conversation, and you need to get them to trust you enough that you can actually discuss fair, and that is scary.
It definitely is. It's very important because all the sort of environment affects very much your work because all the gender equality and climate change are the easy targets for the far right.
Definitely.
Yes. So are there any questions in the audience? Kas äkki keegi soovib soovib saalist esitada
Any questions from the
küsimusi?
audience?
Meil on, ja palun.
Thank you so much for presenting idea of gender equality from a different perspective, because it really shows another view and makes our imaginative thoughts in this case brighter and wider. But my question is connected more to the case of Sweden, as the Sweden has like a lead role of representing female diplomacy, and based on United Nations Universal Human Rights Declaration, how would you think today's female diplomacy affects on young generation and maybe empowering young ladies to their future career in diplomacy and in the policy?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, the new government did away with the feminist foreign policy. They say that it's already been implemented, so we don't have to have the feminist diplomacy anymore. But never thought of it in that term. Sweden has a history of education. We've had that for centuries. And you need role models to look up to. I'd say that the women that goes before me, they have fought long and hard to show that this is a path forward. And I think it was in the early 90s, the Social Democrats started Every Other Lady. So on the lists of who to elect for parliament, every other name was to be a female politician. So for very long we've had not a 50-50 split, but at least close enough. Yes, close. So the fact that there are women everywhere shows that you can be everywhere. And as in the States, actually, where they had 3 female Minister of State, that quite a few people grew up thinking that if you wanted to be the Minister of State, you had to be a woman.
Mm-hmm. It's the same in Iceland. Vigdís Finnbogadóttir was voted president in 1980, and she was president in 1992, I think. Mm. And there's a story about 2 children, 7 and 8, talking together, a boy and a girl, and they asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the boy says, I want to be president. And the girl says, you can't be president, you're a boy. And just highlights the importance of role models. Yeah. What you grow up with and what you see all around you, just so much shapes the way you perceive the world around you. And I thought this is a very fun story. You can't be president, you're a boy.
Nii, meil on minutike veel aega. Kui keegi soovib veel küsimuse esitada,
so we
siis
have
praegu on see võimalus,
a few minutes left for questions. So if you have anything
okay, it seems
to
that
ask.
your answers and your presentations have been conclusive enough. Hjalti, Emma, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nii, kallid sõbrad, kell on saanud 12:30, mis tähendab seda, et nüüd on lõunaaeg. Lõunat serveeritakse seal ees ruumis. Lõuna on valmistatud 0 kulu põhimõttel, mis tegelikult inglisekeelne termin zero waste, natuke võib-olla kirjeldab täpsemini seda protseduuri. Nii et olge head, nautige, ärge siis midagi järgi jätke, sööge kõik taldrikud ilusti lõpuni tühjaks ja me kohtume teiega siin täpselt tunni aja pärast. Head isu! head sõbrad, loodan, et lõunapaus möödus kuluefektiivselt.
Dear friends, I hope you enjoyed the lunch break and that everyone feels even more energized than this morning. Our conference will now continue with a presentation, and this will be followed by workshops. European Equal Opportunities Index is issued every year, and every year it has a thematic focus. This year it focuses on the green transition. We will now hear from Agnes Einman, head of the Equality Policy Department at the Ministry of Economics and Communication. Dear listeners, dear Commissioner, my name is Agnes Einman and I work at the Ministry of Economics and Communication. I'm the head of the Department of Equality Policy. It's an honor to speak to you today. This morning we heard a lot about why it is important to promote equal opportunities in the context of the green transition, and why it's important to have a gender balance. I will not focus on this today. Instead, I will tell you about the Equal Opportunities Index, which has been made public today. First, I will tell you about the index in general, then bring out a few highlights, and finally the green transition in the context of this index. You might ask what Gender Equality Index is all about. It's a tool that is used to measure how close the EU and its member states are to gender equality. It's measured on a scale of 100, where 1 marks a complete lack of equality and 100 means complete equality. So the closer to 100, the more equal gender equality the country has, or the EU does. Gender Equality Index is the most important indicator that we have about gender equality, and it's been issued since 2006. This index is made up of 6 subsectors: work, money, knowledge, time, power, and health. All of these have subsections, and in total there are 27 statistical indicators taken into account. As mentioned, this year focuses by and large on green topics. And now I will move on to Estonia's results. In green, you can see this year's result in Estonia. So the Gender Equality Index in Estonia, which is 60.2 out of 100. In the past 2 years, after the year 2021, Gender Equality Index has had a small decline, and compared to last year, there has been a decrease in 0.8%. In the long term, however, we have been moving towards greater gender equality. However, the EU average, indicated by the purple line, has been on the increase, and it is exactly 10 points higher than the Estonian score this year. As mentioned, the index is made up of different sections, and when we create policies or develop projects, we need to know what the real problems are. On this slide, I will first talk about what the shortcomings are in different sectors, and later I will look at the indicators in more detail. If we look at money, knowledge, power and health sectors, the changes have been negligible. So we can say that in these sectors we are at a standstill when it comes to gender equality. In the context of knowledge, the decrease has been about 0.4%, but the grey column also shows how much we have increased or decreased compared to other countries. So here we can see that compared to other countries, we have fallen by 4 positions. That shows that other countries have progressed faster than we have. But it's not all doom and gloom, because in the sector of work, we've had clear advances. We have 4.8% increase. And compared to other countries, we've increased by 10 positions. The biggest decrease that we've experienced and that affects our general index is the sector of time, as in how equally men and women are able to use their time in the society. We've fallen 10% and we have lost 11 positions compared to other countries.
Aga nüüd räägin siis täpsemalt, et mis need tähelepanekud.
So let me tell you more about what is behind each of these figures. But before that,
Siin teile veel siis Eesti tulemus, mis on
you can see the Estonian result here, which is marked in green. Compared to other countries of the EU, we are on the 22nd position, and it's important to note that the differences are quite small. What applies to Estonia is that in many countries there has been a faster movement towards more equal opportunities in the context of gender. As you saw on the previous slide, there haven't been great advantages in any of the sectors, and there has been a decline, a considerable decline in one of them. Compared to other EU states, Estonia stands out with a high employment rate among men and women. It means that a lot of men and women are employed, and after Sweden, Estonia is on the 2nd position when it comes to women's employment. So women are very active in the labor market. But one issue that we've had for a long time, and that also makes us stand out in the EU context, is gender segregation. This means that if men and women work in different sectors or study different sectors, for instance, women tend to work more in the sectors of education, healthcare, social care, whereas men tend to work more in IT sectors. And this also affects the benefits gained by men and women, respectively. Looking at the index results, we can also see that the gender segregation is extremely high in Estonia. It does not happen in most countries that there is such clear distinction between what sectors men and women work in. For instance, only 5% of employees in the healthcare, social work and the education sector are men. Women are also more at risk of poverty, and it comes as no surprise that there is a great gender pay gap in Estonia. Regarding poverty risk, if we look at the intersectional view, the index results also show that people who live alone, who are above 65 years old and women who are disabled have a greater risk of poverty. But let's talk about the issue of time use, where we have fallen considerably. A few positive elements to begin with. Index results show that both men and women are able to work more flexibly in Estonia. This means that if you need to take a short break for personal reasons, see a doctor or run an errand, both men and women are able to use this opportunity. This has been better after the COVID experience. However, there is a gender difference. So men's job flexibility has increased faster than women's, and the gap again between genders has increased. This probably also relates to gender segregation. Sectors such as IT, where men mostly work is easier to organize in a flexible manner than if you work as a doctor or as a teacher, that more women tend to do. So if we talk about gender segregation, we must remember that this also contributes to different other benefits that we have as individuals. The greatest decline in Estonia's case has been in the sense that women have considerably less time than men to spend their free time outside of their home, such as engage in sports, cultural activities, or other free time activities. Both men and women's percentage has decreased, but more so in the case of women. Those who have the least personal free time are women who raise children alone. Index results also show that women do considerably less housework, such as cleaning and cooking, than they used to. However, men have not increased their contribution considerably. So we might ask why. In the EU Gender Equality Institute, there are no answers to that, but we can explain this with the development of technology. For instance, there are new applications for ordering food delivery and technological equipment that helps us to clean the house in a shorter time. But men's contribution has not considerably changed. I hope that the technological development will also contribute to improvements in gender stereotypes, so that we have less gender stereotypes in the future. And perhaps in the future men and women can contribute more equally to raising children and other household chores. As we saw before, women's employment rates are very high, and it's not easy to be active in all sectors of life. Now, talking about gender balance, several speakers have mentioned the importance of the fact that decisions are made by mixed gender groups. Neither men nor women are the minority. We make up equal shares in the society, so in decision-making bodies there should also be equality. In politics there has been better gender equality, and in the current Estonian government there is gender equality as well. Estonia is one of the few countries in the EU that have female PM, and we recently also had a female president who was also here in the panel this morning. Talking about the parliament and local government councils, women's share makes up around 30%. And regarding governance, the main issues are related to making economic decisions where women's share makes up a much smaller amount than men's. In Estonian Bank, Estonia women also only make up 8%, in public broadcasting 11%, and in larger stock companies 10%. This shows that women's voices are not heard very well in these decisive bodies. And we can also see that there has been a decline compared to the year 2020. This shows that the way people are elected to these bodies is perhaps not the best, not very well thought through, and it might be rather random. Now let me tell you what the index says about gender equality and the Green Deal. Compared to the European average, Estonian citizens feel less responsibility for reducing climate change effects. Women feel slightly more responsible for these changes than men, and younger people clearly feel more responsibility than older parts of the generation. Unfortunately, Estonian citizens are also not among those who consider it important to make environmentally friendly decisions. Again, there is a slight difference, as in women think it is slightly more important to make environmentally friendly choices compared to men. But Estonian people do not tend to eat plant-based food or choose environmentally friendly alternatives compared to the EU average. These gaps between Estonia and the EU average are also considerable. In Estonia and in the EU, on average, both men and women consider it equally important to think about the carbon footprint in transport, making transport decisions. But we can clearly see that the means of transport used by men and women are different. There is a gender difference here. Men tend to drive cars, whereas women tend to walk and use public transport more often. In policy making, we need to have data. And if we want people to use more public transport and we see that men do it less, one of the opportunities might be to better understand why men do not wish to use public transport and work on this target group more specifically. And finally, regarding equal gender equality and the green transition, in Estonia, women are numerous amongst groups that work with climate changes. And there is only 1/5 of the parliament commissions that is made up of women. So there are some sectors where women are still strongly underrepresented, but there is more equality among top-level officials. This morning we also heard about the climate committee, which has recently been established. And this diagram shows the climate commission's members. In green, we can see the number of the proportion of men, and in yellow, the proportion of women. So we can see that there is no gender equality in the climate committee. This was a brief overview of the index results published today. So what I can say is that it's important for decision-making bodies to have gender equality, but not only. We need to have data which can be analyzed according to gender and which allows us to make decisions that do not promote gender inequality, and later to move towards promoting gender equality. Thank you very much, Agnes. Dear friends, does anyone have any questions for Agnes? Or was her presentation so comprehensive that there is nothing to ask? No questions. In that case, thank you very much. Now, dear friends, it's time to continue with our workshops. We have 2 parallel workshops today, and you were able to sign up for your preferred workshops. If you haven't done so yet, you can do this now. The workshop will take place parallelly, and both will have 2 separate sessions. In the first workshop, we will address topics such as accessible mobility regulation as foundation of the green transition, and later biodiversity and fair transition. In the second workshop, how do we affect our values with our vocabulary, and later how to reduce working time for promoting gender equality. Workshop number 1 will take place here in this room, workshop number 2 in the cafe area. And I hope that I would like the leaders of work groups to invite others to join them, indicate where you are. We don't have too many people here. Okay, great. This is workshop number 1 and workshop number 2 at the back. So if you signed up for the first workshop, please be with my colleague here on the right, and for workshop number 2 at the back of the room. And we'll meet back here at 4 o'clock to sum up what was done in the workshops. Enjoy the conversations.
sõbrad, palume võtta veel hiistet.
Dear friends, take a seat once again, and in order to sum up the day, I can see already from your faces that the workshops have been very effective and resultful. So the rest of the agenda for today tells us that the moderators of the workshops are welcome on stage, and they can use up to 2 minutes to sum up what they did. And since there were so many of you and all the workshops were of importance, so I can't really list one after the other, I ask the one who is the boldest to come to the stage. So here you are. Hello, so my name is Mari Võram. I'm from the Estonian Association of Disabled People, and in our workshop we spoke about accessibility and accessible mobility. The lights are so bright, I have to take a few steps back, sorry. So, we found that the challenges have been mapped, the bottlenecks have been mapped, analyzed. For example, there is a study of built-up environment and mobility, but the conclusions which have been drawn, they haven't been translated into the practice. So, generally, they are the same. The problems are the same as in 2020. So in order to reach the climate objectives, climate goals, we have to make public transport more accessible. So public transport would have to be usable, also usable by people with special needs, which means that we need to take a wider look, because special needs, it covers a lot. It can be elderly people, it can be people with an injury, with a disability. So it means that what we need is to educate managers, but also drivers, and we have to think about how we can communicate the messages to the general public, also to people with special needs. So the procurements that are organized for the provision of public transport would have to consider the needs of people with special needs and disabilities. And what we need is a shift in the attitudes. Thank you. Who's next? Welcome, and a microphone for you. Hello, my name is Kadri Silt from the Estonia Association of Vegetarians, Vegans, and with Kaimai from Feministerium. We spoke about various rights, including animal rights, and we try to extend the equality questions in the framework of green transition. And we try to bring examples of our own lives from the level of local municipalities. And we had a brainstorming session, and we agreed that we will act as ambassadors of these good solutions that we came up with. Brilliant, thank you. And the next. Here you go. Thank you, Riinu Leppa from the NGO Tasa Arengu Eesti. And our workshop spoke about systemic change and how to implement them through employment. And we focused on the reduction of work time, whether this could have a positive impact on equality. And in addition to the reduction of work time, we also spoke about sharing a job, which means that one job position is filled with 2 different people. and also offering a basic income as citizens' wages. And we spotted some potential traps which might look like good ideas, but in terms of the environment, they might be a bit tricky. For example, if the work time is reduced, then the job that has to be done, but isn't perhaps paid work, like taking care of children or tidying up or care in general. So it doesn't mean that women would have to do less of these tasks. So what we need is a comprehensive approach. And for example, if schools and kindergartens will be open 4 days a week, then it meant that day 5 women would have to teach children and take care of them. And about sharing jobs, we found or concluded that if women have more flexible work opportunities, it's good in a way, but if it still functions in the general framework of pay gap and the jobs wouldn't be as appreciated as perhaps some others or as valued, it doesn't bring the value we would like it to bring. So what we concluded was that we need systemic changes that would take a comprehensive look at these issues. Many thanks. Yes, hello. Since Kadi had to go a bit early, Kadi from the Let's Do It Foundation, she sent me a summary of the workshop, so any participants in her workshop can complement whatever I have to say here. Just let me know. So in their workshop, they spoke about how the fundamental needs would have to be supported. And if the Climate Act regulates the need to reduce climate impact, we could also talk about what kind of social indicators we want these sectors to support. For example, if the energy sector would have to cut emissions, a particular number or percentage, then they would also have the obligation to invest a particular percentage into community gardens or other social projects. So the main principle here is that without these indicators or measurements, we are not able to reach the climate goals, even if they are written down. So if anyone wants to add something, well, it looks like it was quite exhaustive what you said. So this covers the workshops. If you want to add something, ask for a microphone, but if not, then I will invite Minister Signe Riisalo to take the stage. The Minister for Social Protection. There you go. Thank you so much. Let's see if Mihkel's nightmare will be realized and someone talks longer than he does and more than he does. So you've been here talking about the green transition all day. I'm not sure what our president and minister and others might have said in the morning, because they probably spoke about the benefits of green transition for various groups in the society. What I fear is that during the green transition, vulnerable groups wouldn't be protected. And I'm not only referring to people with special needs, I also refer to the elderly, because when we think about how we organize the green transition, it's by way of changing things. And undergoing any change is difficult, especially if you are older. So we have to focus on the younger people who are more easily adapted to change. You already spoke about accessibility, universal design, city planning. It has to be done in a way that everybody can access the urban space. It doesn't only cover transport, also information. We recently had a working group where I participated, and we realized that it's sometimes difficult to understand the information that is shared with us, what kind of behavior is expected from us. And if you think about a consumer of urban space, so children, the elderly, people with special needs, with special needs, so how do we make the information available, easily accessible and understandable for them? Now, women, flexible working hours is important. But if you have more free time, you get the question, who will take care of things at home? And are we moving towards the objective that we want to achieve? So I'm not saying that green transition shouldn't be there, but I just want to say that let's think about it very carefully. We have to be able to find the bottlenecks, the potential issues there. We have to get answers to how to do things in a better way, because green transition is here, it started, and it's important that we make sure that it will be fairly done. And for the organizers, wonderful venue. I have had, I was here in springtime and I received an award here. So it's always a pleasure to be back here at Fotografiska. So thank you to the organizers. Many thanks. And now for the official closing, Kristjan Veska. Hello again. I'm convinced that you are pretty much exhausted of the day because it's been a long day, it's been an intensive day. I will not talk for a long time, but I really want to express my thanks. Thank you for being here, participating so actively. Thank you to all the NGOs who participated, Feministerium, Let's Do It, Tasa-arengu MTÜ, and also the Embassy of Sweden. Without you, the event hadn't been the same. And what I can also promise is that from my office, we will make a proposal to the Ministry of Climate. We will forward our recommendations, and we will be talking to the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications about these topics. A summary of today's event and any future pieces of information will be shared on our social media platforms. So thank you and have a lovely continuation of the day.
you.